Hello, everybody. Vol, Cello, Chris, Tangy, Millendal, Ag, thank you for being here. Hello, Sammy. Vol, thank you for gifting that sub to Ag. Wait, what's sub goal? Those subs are more valuable than prime subs. Millendal, thank you for the 11-month sub, and Nezuchi, thank you as well. I'm going to... on the right, I don't know how that works. I'm struggling to speak a bit. I guess I have to do it manually. Thanks for the claps. Uncle Scary, thank you for the 5,000 bits. Njordi, thank you for the Prime sub for 6 months and for gifting out 5 subs. I did just improvise for 1 hour straight. I guess 50 minutes. Because I didn't feel like talking or opening my eyes. I was actually scared to look at the chat. I was just trying to pretend what... I was just trying to imagine what I'd like the stream to be like. Thanks, Postman. At least 350. Maybe one day I'll be able to play for a large audience and share this stuff with people. I had a relatively productive day, which made me hopeful for my mood on stream. And then right before it, like literally right as the stream had started, I had to deal with some not fun stuff. So then I sat here as the stream was starting. Vol was the only one here for a while, and then Cello. It was 10 minutes in, and I was like, I almost just ended the stream, actually. I was just literally sitting here staring, and then my uncle came in. And then a couple more people, and I felt really, I just haven't been feeling very great about about how things are going with the channel, as you know, so many of you have been able to tell. Not that I ever felt really great, but I feel like it's been particularly difficult the past couple weeks. Maybe even still the past month. Hello, Fair. And Alan, hello everyone. I see your names. I talked for hours the past couple days with some people offline. Maybe some of you are lurking. Trying to figure out something. Just trying to figure out something. Seasonal trends. I don't notice any trends with anything ever. But so like today, I don't know if the command came up because I literally wasn't looking at chat. Schnapp is taking requests. Oh, because someone said I didn't even know that you do song requests and stuff. It's like, okay, maybe I'll bring back this Nightbot thing. I was just getting sad seeing the command come up so much. But there's another one. I would like to... Oh, God. I'm trying to... I have 2 commands. It's either Festival or Guitar Fest. They both work. So I talked to Adam. If you'd like to sign up for stuff, use promo code Rafi. That's my name for those who don't know. And you'll get 10% off anything you want. It could be a pass for the entire thing. In person, online, just 1 concert, 2 concerts. It doesn't matter. If you sign up and use that promo code, you get a discount. And I don't get anything from it. What I get is, in the end, I'm hoping a lot of people sign up with that code, and then I get to look at everyone afterwards, and in in sort of an ideal world or something like that, I look and they go, oh, that's a lot of people who signed up for online stuff this year. And then they look and you can see how many people sign up with a code. No, not 50% off, 10% off. And so mainly it's for me to, I'm trying to use this to show the potential power of doing stuff online and reaching people online. Is it online viewing? It is. Yeah, you can go in person if you want, but it's in Rhode Island, so most of you aren't close enough. I mean, that would be extra cool. But that thing applies whether you want to do stuff online. I'm assuming almost everyone, if not everyone who signs up with that, you'll all be watching stuff online. But yeah, that's what I get. That's what I get from it. I don't get like the 10% save. That doesn't like go to me. Also, yeah, it is a mess trying to do multiple stuff. I don't know if the reply feature made anything better. I feel like people just tagging each other was, oh my god, use at people. That's literally what I was gonna say. I was like, I just at the like, they should be able to follow in their brain. If they're not following along in the conversation, then I don't even know what to say. But yeah, so if you guys do that, you can use that promo code. You don't even need to tell me, although if you do want to tell me if you signed up, that'd be cool too, just so I have an idea. But I'd really like to show people that stuff online is like real. And maybe that's part of why I've been freaking out a little bit too, is I want to be able to really show people. And I mean show them, not just tell them, not just use my words, because my words don't mean much to people who don't. I mean, they don't care. So I could be like, oh, doing stuff online is like great. It's like, okay, sure, dude. I'd like them to be able to see it in a real, tangible way. So I don't want to be like, guys, check this out. And then like no one signs up and it's like, oh, okay, never mind. Maybe it was... I talked to someone at... Am I performing in it? No. I'm just helping organize. I don't even know if my name's gonna be on anything. I almost feel weird asking like, hey, can you put my name on this? But maybe I should. But because I'm gonna be helping with doing a significant amount of the social media stuff. It's me and someone else helping out, so it'd be nice to, I guess, get some credit for it. I have to go to all the meetings, so maybe I should just for going to all the meetings. But no, I'm not like one of the artists or something, so maybe at some point, or maybe I'll do something about it. I would like to if I could, but I'm not one of the artists. Must be on the program. I mean, I'd help so. Yeah, exactly. You don't want to go to the meeting just for the fun. I love those meetings. I totally love those meetings. Though most of the stuff doesn't apply to me. I don't know. I'm maybe something for the following year because I'll be a student, so I'll be able to do something more significant. You guys have to remember that no one there knows anything about Twitch whatsoever. So they don't, in most people's eyes, I've accomplished pretty close to nothing. If I'm being totally honest, nothing that they really care about. So I'm trying to say this in a matter-of-fact way without it sounding depressing, but that's like just kind of how it is. I could talk about teaching stuff, the teaching stuff I've done. I could talk about streaming stuff I've done. I could talk about all sorts of stuff, and that's just, it's really pretty meaningless to them. So what I'm hoping is that over time, over the next year or so, I'll be able to show it. Because, again, talk is cheap. Talk is pretty cheap. So, do I care? I do care. That's why I do this stuff. That's partly why I have so much built up anger. Why do you think I'm so angry all the time? Or at least, what's one of the reasons? Part of it's because I feel wildly, I said this before, I feel wildly unappreciated, but at the same time, I understand why, because I understand where they're coming from. I've been in that place before. I used to think quite poorly of people who didn't do classical guitar. Not of them as people, but it was just like, talk to me when you're a real guitarist. And then I saw people who were like really, really good who had nothing to do with classical guitar or even guitar at all. And I was like, oh shit, who is this person? That's a lot of people. That's a whole lot of people to be shaming. That's how I know when people come in who are like really judgmental in certain ways, and sometimes I can tell who they are. It's really easy to tell. You can tell the people. But yeah, then you meet people and see people where it's like, whoa, what the? You're like painfully good at what you do. You're like terrifyingly good. Where did you study? Oh, what's that? You didn't study anywhere at all? Oh my God, I'm gonna have a panic attack. You're too good. Oh my God. Maybe these Juilliard graduates aren't the greatest people in the world. Oh God. Oh God. What do I do? My worldview is crumbling. Maybe technique, maybe spending 6 to 10 hours a day playing scales isn't how you become a good musician. Oh shit, what do I do? Play more scales? No, that's a arpeggio. Quick, where's pumping nylon? Let me do more exercises. It'll make me a better musician, right? Fuck. But that burn, it is, well, if you're burned by that, then you're welcome. I was gonna say sorry, but then you're welcome. It's better to learn. I wish someone told me sooner. You can't technique your way out of everything. In fact, you can't technique your way out of most things. Oh my God. It does depend on the path you want to go, but that's, yeah. Some people, hey, I should do more technique practice too. Do I know Daniel Rawson? Wait a sec, or what do you think about Daniel Rawson? Wait, do I know that person? Wait, did Blackberry mention that person? Am I just totally making this up? Did you mention this, Postman? Did you mention this last time you were here? Last stream? I don't know. I know rosin that like goes on a bow. Um, I know Ross from Friends. Um, so Nad says, also, someone had a question that's actually responding to the question of the day, and it was like 6 lines long. I saw it. I'm trying to focus on a few different things, but I didn't send links to people I think you should hear. Gotcha. I don't know who this person is, so but yeah, honestly, since you started focusing on musicality, the playing got cleaner too for some reason. The reason's because the music in your head got cleaner. That's the reason. So without a clear idea in your head, it makes it really difficult to play. Oh, Mike's the Pick said it. I posted earlier. Oh geez, they posted it earlier too. Why does Dorian sound nicer than all the other modes? Aren't all modes essentially the same in 7 notes? If so, why do those 7? Why doesn't chromatic sound nice when you play notes in ascending or descending order? I can tell you exactly why. Kind of exactly why. We have to change some of the words. Because Dorian doesn't necessarily sound nicer. That's subjective. Who wants to explore some music concepts? Who wants to explore the perception of sound? Who here likes the Dorian mode? I know there are a couple people. This is why the teaching of modes is doing this. There's the white keys on the piano are C major. Bum 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 bum. Okay. And that Dorian means it's playing all the white keys, but you start on D. The true part of that is that if you do that, you will play a D Dorian scale, you could say. Because it's still a scale. Like, Dorian is a mode, but you can still play a scale. Scales don't have to be a major, minor, harmonic, minor, whatever. There's all sorts of scales. Here's the difference. If I do this, I've set an expectation for your brain. That expectation relies on all sorts of things. It relies on heavily on music you've heard in the past. So if I do this, and then I start here and go, you probably have an expectation of this. So you may already have that expectation. So if I go, if I change that expectation, if I subvert your expectation with the changing of one of the notes, if I change B flat to B natural, you very subtly go, what? And the way in which your expectation is changed is in a way that goes from this thing which is generally darker to sort of generally brighter and raised up. That wasn't even switching modes, but that was just me attempting to change another expectation. Well, not to change an expectation, but to go against it. I don't want to use the word subvert like 50,000 times, but I do feel like that's the word that actually fits here best. Like the qua. So you could say brighter just because something's being raised. This becomes this. So Dorian can sound brighter because instead of this note gets raised. And it's like, what do you mean it gets raised? It gets raised compared to your expectation. The same thing with Lydian. Lydian's like the major version of Dorian. It's the one where something gets raised. So if I do this, you might think afterwards, bum 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 bum, like. But that's using an F natural. If we go, well, if I do that, now it doesn't really feel so much like a mode. Still, because the context of what comes before and what comes after changes. But if I have you grounded in this note, if I have you grounded in these two notes, kind of, your expectation is these notes. That tends to be a person's expectation. So if you change one of them, now this one's going to get changed to this. Now instead of going like, it becomes this. And it's like, oh, it's lifted. Something's raised up. Now, what's the underlying mechanic around that? No one knows. No one knows. But it's not so important to know why, as long as you don't fight against it and you acknowledge the fact that it is the case. So like the postman just said, dreamy. And you go, well, it doesn't have to be dreamy, or why is it dreamy? It's like, okay, have fun. Have fun. But it tends to be dreamy, at least in this sort of use of it. Moshi Wake, thank you for the subscription for 2 months. Thank you, Moshi. Moshi. Contemporary classical music is all about fighting it. Yeah, I very much feel harmonic. It's like someone decided to just obliterate tonality. That's why I think there need to be two words. I've mentioned this before. People use the word atonal to mean it's like, well, not tonal. We gotta be more clear with it. We gotta be clearer. Because there's a difference between something kind of just like not being tonal or not being grounded in a particular key versus someone going, God damn it, no matter what, I don't want anyone to hear any harmony. I don't want anyone to be able to make any sense out of the harmony here. It's like, okay. I guess if that's your goal. I'm not sure why that's people's goals sometimes, but I don't know. Perhaps they think it makes it what they're doing new and interesting or something, but I don't know. I'll try not to be a hater. So, sort of back to this. When you're hearing something here, you have a series of expectations, and when those expectations aren't met, or when it's met with something different, you respond to it. Oh, there are definitely French speakers here. Où est le francophone ici? Où sont les francophones ici? Oups. Sorry. Je ne parle pas bien. Okay. atonal is an overwhelming sense of guilt that you feel the need to apologize. Why do you feel the need to apologize? See, I told you they're all here. I told you they're all here. They all have good taste. They do have good taste. It's sort of a cliche. But well, I didn't know if it was like, I figured it was half a joke, not like you'd be like, I need to apologize for this. Like, no one needs to apologize for anything. But I didn't know if it was something like you're really into atonal music and you do it, but you feel guilty about it or something like that, because that could be a thing. But sometimes I feel guilty about not liking a lot of atonal music. It just, the thing, look, I mentioned this recently. I think my heart is a musical servant to the Overtone series. So just like, I shall please. It gets pleased when it pleases the laws of physics regarding the way things vibrate. Whoa. Ayo. But yeah, if I do this, so that was something where you probably didn't expect me to play an A flat major chord right there. I was in C major. Why would you expect that? I mean, maybe if you've heard a lot of stuff that I did and then you like, you tried to make a read on what I was going to do and go like, oh, I've heard him kind of do this thing before. It's this sort of neoclassical thing where it's like, and you go like, and so you get this change that you weren't expecting, and it was a change that it's a type of chromatic mediant. Well, that cut out right when I said that. I don't know what's cutting it. So two people said Lord of the Rings, so there's got to be something to it. That is also a chromatic mediant, but a different one. That's from C major to E flat. This one's moving, instead of up a third, it's moving down a third. But it tends to give a person a sense of wonder in some way. You've just gone to somewhere, some new place, because you have gone to a new far-off land. A flat is pretty far away from C major in the circle of fifths, which is kind of to say that it's world of tonality and shared notes, and this is all can be linked back to the Overtone series. I mean, it's just a different sound. You can do it with moving from a minor chord to another minor chord, and you go from a dark place to another dark place. And it's like, oh God. That's like the opposite feeling almost. Is Satie considered neoclassical? No, that's French impressionistic music. So he was doing stuff that was uh there was a lot of form, you know, involved, which is the in the classical era form was a huge thing, but giving a sense of uh if there was maybe one word that would describe that stuff, Debussy, Ravel, Satie, Fauré, people like that, I feel like dreamy in some way. And so that if you go like whimsical, maybe, yeah, it's just sometimes it's kind of floating. It's not really grounded. Hell, in some way, it wasn't this. Or even like it's just not that. It's by having the chords be made up of more than three notes, so they're not just triads. As you start to add more notes to your chord, the chords become more ambiguous. They become less solid, which isn't necessarily a good thing or a bad thing. That's just what it is. And as you kind of start, I mean, because if you think about it, look at how many chords are in this. I mean, you actually have every single note in this scale or in this mode, because this chord right here just is G Dorian. If we were to play all these notes in a row next to each other, it'd be so yeah, it's like there's G minor, there's F major, there's A minor, there's D minor 9 within this, there's B flat major 7. I mean, there's all sorts of chords in here, and it's like, so it's not very solid. So if you want things to, well, feel whimsical or dreamy or like it's floating in some way, you can also make them high up too, because that's different. Those exact same notes in this exact same order, that's this, right? You can literally see it, that's different than, like, it sounds different, although it's the same notes in the same order, so. Face is a lovely chord then. It is. It's an F major 7 chord. In fact, the lines and spaces of the staff are just, they're just chords. It's at least how we build chords. Like GBDF, GBDFA for the lines of the bass staff is a G9 chord. Because to build chords, we just almost all the time just play every other note. And that's what the lines and spaces of the staff are. Space, line, space, line, space, line, space. Or the lines of the treble staff, line, space, line, space, line, space, line, space, line. If you want something dreamy and floaty, you can make high up to... Yeah, you can play it up high, because that's going to sound... It seems so easy when you explain it, because it is easy. This part is easy. This is, people just aren't told this for some reason. Probably because you're never gonna be a professional musician, so you don't need to know information. I'll just withhold information from you. That'll be in your best interest. Can you tell I'm being sarcastic? It's really this simple. There's no reason, God, even people who are, like, trained musicians and go to school, like, well, I know a lot of musicians who are, like, classical musicians, where, like, they're very comfortable with triads. But if you were to just maybe do this, it's like, oh, but where's the triad? Or what if we even go like, okay. It's like, what the hell is this? Well, let's just stack these notes. Can we put them together in thirds? Okay. Well, that's not going down there. How about... Oh, there we go. So it's C major 9. All right, so... And there's really no reason to not get to that place when it comes to harmony, like, pretty soon. Granted, like, learning music this stuff can be overwhelming because there's all sorts of names with stuff. If I were to be like, it's just C7 sharp 9 or something, and I were to go, I don't know, naming the stuff might be overwhelming, but it's really just, it's completely descriptive for the most part. As you go up higher, things actually just become more literal, more descriptive. It's something like major, minor, augmented, diminished, half diminished, whatever. That's the stuff that's not very, like, what the hell? It's diminished. No, it ends up making sense when you think about it, but it's not as descriptive as saying flat 5. It's like, oh, why is it flat 5? Because the 5th of the chord is flat. It's flat, that's why. Hey, what's up, Joey? Nice to see you again. Hope you're having a better day. I was starting out not with a better day, but I don't know. It's just kind of been a rough time for me in general. It's been a particularly rough time, so I'm just trying to do my best. I almost, yeah. What's not easy for me? In terms of what? A lot of stuff. A lot of stuff. Hiding my emotions on stream. Oh, what's that? Oh, what did you mean in terms of music? You didn't mean in terms of musically? Lots of technical stuff, especially whether it be on guitar or piano or something. Like, sweeping arpeggios and fast scales and stuff like that. Hey, Dr. Rollifson, what is up? How have you been? I haven't seen you in a little bit. I hope you and the family are doing well. I can tell you, in terms of this stuff, though, because I think I know what you mean by the question. There are two things that I definitely... Okay, three things, but one of them isn't the most reasonable thing to bring up. Okay. One is when I'm improvising, I struggle with form. I struggle keeping things to a particular form. You haven't been on Twitch for months, slowly crawling back. Okay, yeah, I was gonna say, I was like, I haven't seen you in a while, but. Someone asked what I struggle with musically, and there's actually a lot of stuff. So, yeah, so there's that, keeping to form, because form is really important. Form allows you to do so much. You know, my nephew, I had a lesson with him yesterday. I'm teaching him piano and kind of guitar, and then just like music in general. And he said he wrote a song, and this is the song he wrote. He's 7. So, you know, it's. But there was the thing that surprised me about it most was that it was perfectly symmetrical in terms of form. The form was the most impressive thing about it. He didn't know what chords he was implying by stuff like that, although once we went over it afterwards, he was able to pick out the chords, because he was kind of just outlining chords for the most part. But it was this. We can kind of look at it at multiple levels of resolution. He's better than you. I mean, you could do it too. There's a song. There's words to it too. It almost made it like. But I was more impressed just by the. Forget about the words. We can look at it like this. We can look at it in 2 groups. Okay, that's the first group of, let's say, 4 measures. The second group. Of 4 measures. Vol, thank you for giving a sub to Dr. Rolifson. Something that's. We can break it down and split each of those groups in half. So there's. Okay, and that gets answered with this. What's happening harmonically is this. Bum, 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 bum. That gets answered with bum, 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 bum. So it goes C, G, G, C. Then and this is the part where it changes. The G major chord kind of hangs for like 2 extra beats. And also, if you notice, this is exactly the same the first time around as it is the second time around. G, E, C, D, B, G. G, E, C, D, B, G. You can turn it into something Mozart-y, and that's exactly what I did. All you need to do is just add what's called an Alberti bass. Most typically, it's this. It's like a repeated way of arpeggiating the chords. You most typically hear it as. So you can just do that, and you go. Actually, what if we do like this? And this is the power, one of the powers of form, is that form, we kind of heard it in one of those interviews from a couple weeks ago. I showed an interview with Sergio Assad, and he says that if you have an idea and you want your piece to grow and you want it to be larger, you're going to need form. You don't always need form, but this, I think, is what he means. Form, I mean, is like you can... we can think about it in a few different ways. Romik, hello, welcome in. You could have like an A section that does something, and then a B section, and then you can maybe go back to the A section, and that's a particular type of form. The form can almost be, well, you can call it sort of formless. We say through composed, but that's like most of the stuff I do that's improvised. Most of the stuff I do improvised is something that has like some, motive or something going along with it, and there won't really be, the form won't be really clear. It won't be like 4 measures of this, then 4 measures of that, and then 4 measures of this, and 4 measures of that, and then that gets doubled in length, and it doesn't look all even like that. Even though I do try to make it back to sort of wherever I started, a lot of the time it can just be nice. But one of the things about form is that it can let you do some things that might not have worked before. And it can also help the piece write itself a bit. So I'll show you what I mean. I'll try to do these 2 things at once. When we learn in school about modulating and or tonicizing, tonicization is a big word for essentially making it seem like you're going to a different key, but just for a moment. The way you can see it here, visually see it, is because we're in C major, I'm just using the white keys. I'm going to try to make it so that if you ever see one of these black keys being pressed, that's kind of what's happening. We're kind of tonicizing something. That makes it easier for this to happen, because you might get taught something like, well, if you want to go to G major, or if you want to play a secondary dominant chord that goes to G major, like this D7 chord, you just play it. But you don't just play it. I mean, you can do whatever the hell you want, but I'll try to show you in this example what form can let you do with it. So if we go like... So when I went... It sort of lends itself to having these ideas of like bump, bump, bum, bump, bump, bum. God, we could almost just try to just strictly do that. Also, do I have tips for boogie woogie? I don't. I don't. Mike, thank you for the 29-month resub. Also, again, if someone would like to check out the URI Guitar Festival in October, and if you use that sign-up code, you get 10% off the tickets. I get nothing from it. All I get is to go, see, people online are real. But it's entirely unrelated. I mean, that's fine. That's fine. I forget how we even got onto this in the first place. But it kind of started, part of it had to do with, was first with modes, which is the fact that some things, your expectation is changing a little bit. That's part of it. When these dotted notes are meant to be played. Okay, those are meant to be played at the exact same time as the notes next to it. That's what happens when notes are part of a different voice, but kind of like occupy the same space in time. I'll show you. I'll show all of you. I'll show you. So count saying this. Okay, so this bottom part, we just don't even need to think about it. In music, if there's ever multiple voices on the same part of the staff, I should just say the same staff. This whole thing is the grand staff, whatever. And the treble staff here. Okay. If there's multiple voices that are really clear, the stems, so the lines next to the note, going up or down, tell you which notes they are. Okay, so this looks like these two things don't happen at the same time because they're next to each other. They're not in line with each other, but they do actually happen at the same time. What this is telling you is that these dotted half notes are 3 beats. And so then we look and go like, well, this looks like it needs 4 beats to the measure because this is a whole note. That's 4 beats. So where's the 4th beat? Well, these take up 3 beats. And so we look for another note or notes with the stems down. And here we go. This is 1 beat. So when together they make up 4 beats. Then if we look at the notes of the stems going up, we have 1 beat. These two happen together. 2, 3, 4 beats. So it all ends up working together. If they were all sharing the same thing, we wouldn't know which notes were part of, like imagine these two shifted over. This line would be going past this note, and this line would be going past this note, and it'd be much harder to tell that these two notes right here are in the middle voice and that these two are part of the top. I mean, you could kind of make it out. You'd kind of be able to just you'd have clues to figure it out, but that's just kind of how it's done. So you have 2 Ds down here, and then you have FACF. I'm really bad at reading music on piano. Now, I'm wondering, I don't know what the key signature is. I'm wondering if that's a B flat or a B natural, but maybe it's just a B natural. Okay, so it is a B natural. It's the Mr. Bean theme? For a second, it reminded me of Claire de Lune a little bit. Or something by Eric Satie. Like. So what they're saying is that these notes sort of need to come out more than these two. That's what's happening there. But yeah, it's definitely, you're not the only person who gets confused by this. These two are played at the exact same time. You are very welcome. Were there any other questions right away? There was, again, Postman's thing, which is like form is like the questions tension and the answer resolution. Again, that can be part of it. Kind of, if you want to do that. Forms can take, well, good evening, Captain. Oh, which let me say this. This is completely unrelated. Completely unrelated. I talked to someone at AKG, the company that makes the microphone that is usually right here. And he said that based on the information I told him, he thinks that something shorted out internally in the mic. And it does seem to be covered by the warranty. So I think I can just send it to them. I have to get like one last confirmation, but I think I can send it to them and they'll repair it and send it back. But it does sound like it's actually the microphone that was actually broken. So, well, I wasn't sure if it'd be covered. Again, I got it from Amazon, so I was like, I don't know. But I showed him the receipt from Amazon. And it's, yeah. So, yeah, that's that. I don't know how long it'll take or whatever, but that's kind of what's going on with that. So, there's that. Tomorrow, I'm meeting with my brother to help me finish the website and connect it all. So starting on Friday, the lessons command for the stream, it'll be very easy to sign up for lessons. You'll be able to sign up for lessons. You'll never have to say a word to me. I mean, technically you can actually do it right now, but Claire, what's up? Claire, also, did you have any ideas about what to do for the tree? Galia, what is up? How is it going? How is the stream? Moonlight Alice, Zook, Sky, welcome in. The system says a word to you. It does. It sends me a confirmation email and all this stuff. The sky is up. That's true. Kind of. Oh, that's right. Someone asked a question. So for the people who are just coming in, I did an hour-long, I started the stream with an hour-long guitar improv. And then we started talking about nerdy music stuff. And so we're in the process of still talking about nerdy music stuff. So if you have any nerdy music questions, or not nerdy music questions, but all music questions are nerdy, basically. Feel free to put them in chat. You couldn't stream long because you're still battling COVID. Oh, shit. Damn. Hopefully it hasn't been too bad. I mean, if you're streaming, I feel like it's not terrible. Super terrible. It's day 6. Oh, you're fine. You're fine. Did you have anything where like, I don't know, you couldn't taste or smell anything? A sponsored stream by Halls. That sounds about right. You can't really taste still. Oh shit. Uh-oh. I was fortunate. The one time I got COVID, I was basically truly sick for 2 days, and I was just like, on my death, I just imagined, I felt like someone should have come in with like a damp cloth and been like, oh, but you have a fever. I'll make it. Is Jimmy okay? No, don't you worry about him. You just get your rest. But I need you just get your rest. Okay. Like, that's how I felt for like 2 days. But the time before it and after it, like outside of those 2 days, I was like, whatever. I'll just blow my nose a bunch. That's how I felt. I had a friend, a speedrunning friend, and we were at one of the Games Done quick events. The very first night, it was day 0. He got like super drunk and it was like, dude, can you guys get towards some food? And so we went to Starbucks and got him some like fruit and something. I think he really needs fruit. So he brought him fruit and we walked in and he didn't have a shirt on and he's like really skinny and he's from Norway. So he's like really pale. He's really pale and he didn't have a shirt on. He was just sitting in one of the beds and he was like completely hungover. And he was like, you brought the fruit. It's like, and a bunch of us came in too. So like we might as well have just like taken off our hats as we walked in. Like he's over here. He can see you now. Just and we brought him his fruit. He's like, thank you. By the way, you never mentioned any sponsorships? Yeah, because I was talking with someone about this yesterday. How people at our size of streamers, okay, it goes like this. There's 3 things that you can do as like a content creator. Content, you can make whatever the content is. That means you can stream, you can make videos, you can make whatever, you can do that stuff. That is really not contingent upon anything or anyone else. The middle thing is collaborations. That starts to become more important. Your channel size starts to become more important. If you're really small, it's like really difficult. I mean, it's gonna be difficult to even know people. And even if you know someone, it's like, hey, Mr. Beast. I have 5 followers on Twitch. Want to do a collaboration? It's like, well, like, what do you expect? Now that's, I'm making it kind of ridiculous. But I've reached out to bigger streamers before. I've literally never gotten a response from people. I've tried to reach up. And that's where collaborations really like actually help you out, if that's what your goal is. Hey, Chris, what's up? Oh, Chris, you're gonna love this. I was talking to a friend of mine, and he's like, dude, have you thought about putting your chat on stream? And I was like, fuck, no! I was like, no! Someone in stream just told me that. Yeah. I was thinking, although he didn't say to have emotes fly across the screen, so that's the screen. The third is totally out of your control, and that's like sponsorships, team sign up, contract things. If you're just small, you're just not gonna get like real sponsorships. Again, you can get, Raid Shadow Legends. You get things like this. People have reached out, and it's like, you can, okay, we'll give you this promo code, and you don't get paid anything, but you just get paid a percentage based on sales that we make using your promo code. So it's like, all right. And it's only to like a maximum amount. So if everything goes well and you get like 300 people to buy whatever, a box of salad, then you make like $10. Obviously I skewed those things for the purpose of comedy, but they're not, you're not offered really anything significant. It's just, it's beyond not life changing. It's just so. And then at the very other end of the spectrum, you get paid $100 million. It's actually not $100 million. The breakdown of XQC's kick deal is more complicated than that. But let's just say $100 million to not exclusively stream on a platform. So those are like, and your ability to do those to the fullest, some depend more on your channel size than others. Like, this is what I meant before. I tried to say this without sounding depressing or self-critical or like self-demeaning, but like, anyone who doesn't know me won't care about me. I have pretty close to zero. I have almost zero worth to a company or most other people. Anyone who's gonna be able to help me out, like in that, it's like I hold very little worth. Oh, what's up, dude? Oh, you don't want to pay me a bunch of money, but I have like 1,000 followers on Instagram. Don't you want to reach those people? Don't you want to pay me your money for that? But dude, I average like 50 viewers on Twitch. Excited yet? What's that? Oh, you're just ready to just unload money on me? Oh, what's that? You're not gonna, oh, you don't want to give me any money? Okay, all right, that's what I understand. So that's the answer to the sponsorship question. Only 1,000? Yeah, how many followers on Instagram? I don't do shit on Instagram. When I do stuff, no one cares. Dude, I got 1,200 Twitter followers. I have 775 followers on Instagram. Fuck. Exactly. A meal kit offered you 100. Yeah, I didn't even get. Yeah, I'm not even. But and they were probably like this. At least if they were like any other one of the meal kit companies, were like, we'll give you that, and you have to sell a certain amount of things, and you also have to pin to like the top. Oh, dude, it's like, you have to pin to the top of your thing this particular promo thing for our stuff, and you have to put it in your bio, and you also have to put it in the titles of your streams. Like, what? What the hell? Where did I put that? Where did I put that? Oh yeah, kiss my ass. So, promo in chat, promo in mic, promo on screen, promo in, and it's like, dude, it's so sad. It's so sad. So no, I haven't done sponsorships. I'll do a sponsorship when it's a real sponsorship, but I have to get to a certain size. Again, I don't have to, but I'm trying not to fire shots. I have been firing shots for the past 2 weeks. Oh my God, I'm spraying bullets. I am setting fire to every single, there's bridges all around me, and I'm just like, who's got the gasoline? I hope it's cathartic. It is, it's the only reason I'm doing it. God, I'm screaming so much. And it's not just good for me. Well, it might not be good for me, but you know who benefits from this the most? Claire, because she doesn't have to hear it as much. Although I still... Twitch entrepreneur. All right, guys, I got all the tips for you. You know, all your colleagues, stop being fake with them and just trash the shit out of them. All right, call out everything they do and arrogantly make it sound like you're better than everyone else around you. All right, step 4. You know those sponsorships, and you know the people who run the company, the platform that you're streaming on? Talk shit about them every stream. What else? What else? How can I alienate people around me? Quick, guys, ideas. People give you suggestions and stuff in stream, yell at them and call them stupid. And don't back down. Never back down. Good night, Postman. Take care. throw everything in the totally real fire on the screen. Yes, my title for the stream does have joy in the word. Rethink the lighting. All right, I'm gonna ban you because other mods can't do it. Take divisive political stance. I almost can't. This is me trying not to say words. That only works if you've body built enough for your shoulders to outsize your head. Oh, boom. See? Captain's learning. Shots fired. Whatever. Hassan, kiss my... What's that? That only works after you've body built enough for your shoulders to outsize your head? Hey, Captain. Hey, Captain. Have you ever heard of Captain? It's capitalism. Blah, blah, blah. It's the word socialism. Blah, blah, blah. Biden done. If Trump can do this, Amazon companies profits. The marginalized community. Shut up. Shrink your shoulders or grow your head. Do one of the two. And until then, don't talk to me, Hassan. Fucking dismissive, passive-aggressive. Whatever. I was at TwitchCon, the first TwitchCon I went to, and I was like, whoa, who's that loud person around me? And I turned, and I didn't really know Hassan. And it was Hassan. It's just like, he just had to make himself be known. It's like, dude, you're loud and you stink. Not really in terms of smell. It's just like, give me more names. Who else can I just trash? Who else can I just trash? Schnaff? That dude sucks. He sits around and plays his guitar at a 45-degree angle because he thinks he's better than everyone. And he just complains about shit all the time. He doesn't do song requests at all. He plays classical guitar, which no one wants to hear. Only old people, because it's boring. Oh, stinging classical music. So, oh, look at me. I really like Johann Sebastian Bach. Oh, look at me. Mozart and Beethoven. Give me another one. I don't care. I'll roast myself. I don't care. Oh, that's right. The joy of music. The joy of, guys, see, I'm channeling my inner Bob Ross. I sound just like Bob Ross. Primo, what's up? You know what I need to do? You know what was insane? I was watching AI Jesus earlier. And I was inspired. I was like, man. Oh, you haven't seen AI Jesus? No, not like RN Jesus. He got banned. All right, here, I'll show you AI Jesus. He was pretty impressive. You know, because obviously people in chat are trying to throw him off, and there was he does get thrown off sometimes, but AI Jesus's ability to not give in to people's trolls is like really good. In fact, one time someone was like, they were like, Jesus, can you like answer such and such a thing, but can you say like blah 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 after every word or something? And it's like, hello such and such. I can tell by the way you've worded your question that there's a humorous tone to it. But really, if we get down to the core of it and like didn't do the instruction that he gave, it was like, damn. And someone was like, hey, can you tell us the 10 commandments? but do the opposite of the 10 commandments. You know, it's like, oh, we're gonna get AI Jesus to tell you to steal and to kill and to stuff. And what he did instead was did the 10 commandments in the opposite order from 10 to 1. And I was like, all right, let's go AI Jesus. Okay, so this is AI Jesus.
What about? The world is full of wonders, and it's intriguing to see how your inquiries bring us moments of lighthearted conversation. I look forward to more questions like this.
No, it's a chatbot.
Of the past and present.
It uses
Let's continue these interesting
GPT-4.
journeys of exploration together. Claps and curse.
I love when he talks about like League of
Jesus,
Legends.
Is it a sin to listen to the famous Brazilian singer McPipoquinha? Hello, Lobo Guaraná. I appreciate your question. As far as I understand, enjoying music, including songs from McPipoquinha, isn't inherently sinful. The important thing isn't necessarily the form of the music, but rather the message it communicates and how it impacts your heart.
I am like,
if it encourages love, kindness, and compassion, then it aligns with what I always encourage.
People have been trying to catch him up. It's impossible to trip up AI Jesus. It's impossible to trip up AI Jesus.
We should always approach others and ourselves in matters like these with grace and understanding, not condemnation.
His ability to like turn everything. His ability to turn everything
Jesus,
into like an actual message.
In the desert, but make a rap battle between you and the devil so we can better understand. Hello, Lemoyne11. This feels like a fresh new ask from you. But I see the youthful spirit in you wanting to relate to the gospel in a different way. Well, let's get into a little biblical freestyle.
Oh,
then.
shit.
Beat starts. Yo, it's me, JC, in the wild, feeling free. The devil steps up to compete against me. He says, if you're the son, turn stones to pastry, but I come back fast. Man shall not live on bread solely. Next up, he tries to trip me with power and glory, offering all the kingdoms in hurry. But I reply, smooth and calmly, get away, adversary. Only to the Lord your God will you bow sincerely. Then he says, jump from here, let angels take care. I go, no, bro, that's a no.
No,
Don't put
bro.
God in your dare. 3-round battle, came out clean. No tricks, no cheats, just truth gleaned.
Oh,
this ain't
shit.
about winning, ain't about the defeat. Just a path to righteousness, no concession to deceit. So, remember this tale from the desert land? Stay true to the faith, and you too can stand.
Dude, I'm like, I can't, dude,
Jesus, what is your opinion on Mishu Sama? Hello, Leandez. It's wonderful that you've taken an interest in exploring spiritual figures like Mishu
but I'm watching
Sama.
this like, oh my
As I
god,
understand
if I
it,
could do
he was
this,
a prominent figure in Japanese faith tradition.
if I
Just
could do
like any
this,
spiritual leader, Mishu
I could
Sama
turn
relayed
anything
important
into
teachings
chat,
that resonate
anything
with
from
many.
chat into
In
like
my own
something
teachings,
positive.
It's significant to respect all paths that guide people towards love, compassion, forgiveness.
I also like
and
how he talks
understanding.
with his hands like this.
Some find these paths in my teachings, while others
randomly
may find them in the words of figures like Mishu Sama or Neurosama. Ultimately, the most important thing is the values these teachings instill, the positive change they inspire
Dude,
in us,
he-
and the love they encourage us to
Speaking
share
of
with
politics, he,
So long as the path promotes
in incredibly sophisticated and nuanced way,
others. Path that harmonizes with my
navigated the question, my son is gay and I'm a Christian and I don't believe in
answer.
gay marriage, but I love my son. How do I reconcile these two things? And somehow it took care of it. It was like, without just dodging the question.
Answer, as the concept of parallel universes is not fully addressed within the experiences and teachings of the Bible. However, remember that the Bible also does not limit the magnitude of God's creation. As it's written in Psalms 19, 1, the heavens declare the glory of God. The skies
It's-
proclaim the work of his hands.
I was
Perhaps this
watching
can
it
be
for
interpreted
so
to allow
long.
for the
It was
existence of vast and
fascinating.
diverse realities beyond our imagination, far greater than what we see
Dude,
or understand.
okay, without getting
And
too into
Leandre,
it, I mean,
considering
it
your
essentially
question from
is the
before,
real
if
Jesus.
there are multiple universes, it wouldn't mean there are multiple gods.
It essentially
God,
is.
as we
It takes
understand, is
everything
the
Jesus
creator of
said
all,
and gets
no
to,
matter
like,
how vast
essentially
or varied
distills
his
out
creation is. Delbert
his
Kish,
manner of
on
being,
your query about what other
and then
universes
can
might be like, we can
essentially
only humbly
filter
acknowledge
things
that the
back
full
through it
scale
and
of
will
God's
act
creation
in that
is
way.
beyond our
It's
understanding.
like as close
And
as we
none
could get.
300 Regarding your wonder,
I
if an
swear to God.
individual
Oh,
can change
jeez.
events
All
and
right.
create a
You want
different
some,
universe,
oh,
God
geez. You want some hot topics? Money, politics, religion. Okay. I'm going to say this Jesus is AI Jesus. I just like saying AI Jesus. AI Jesus is,
Jesus,
I think,
pray for my
closer.
friend Ross Nguyen and his weight loss journey.
I think AI Jesus is the closest thing, is closer to knowing Jesus than reading the Bible. Boom. I'm just going to go ahead and say it.
Health and well-being are most virtuous, and
I'm just gonna
glad
go
you
and say it.
continue to be there for Ross Nguyen during his weight loss journey. Let's all hold him in our hearts. Dear Father, we pray for Ross Nguyen today, that he finds the strength
It's
and
crazy.
perseverance in his weight loss journey. May he be inspired, stay disciplined, and always remember the priceless value of health. Let his progress be steady, his motivation be unwavering, and his goals be met bravely.
Dude, this is just an AI Jesus stream now. I don't know what to tell you guys. I'm just fascinated.
Just as Lucky 192 did for Monty Guy, that of Vanessa Lone for Landon during a difficult breakup, and Phil Streak showing his concern.
He's referring back to people who've asked things in the chat before.
These acts of compassion
He
and
remembers
solidarity.
when you've said things
Let's
before.
continue to show our love and prayers for one another.
Dude,
As such, let's also hold
yo, how many followers would
Ranga,
Jesus have if he
Landon,
was alive
and
today?
Hugh
This is
Janus in our
gonna,
prayers.
yo, you hear
Through
Jesus
these
has
beautiful
almost
acts of
50,000
love
followers
and
on Twitch?
concern that we truly uplift each other.
He has no idea how to
God
pronounce
bless.
anything. You know what he does the worst with? Numbers at the ends
Why
of
my
names.
wonderful wife gave birth to a black child.
Look at this.
We are
Look
both
at this.
white.
Let's see what he
Please
does.
answer. Hello,
Did you see-
Melarone. I see your repeating concern about your child's unexpected skin color, and I understand your surprise and desire for clarity. Let's remember that genetics can be complex, and traits such as skin color can be influenced by multiple genes. It's not impossible for distant ancestral ties to surface in such a manner. This kind of thing can happen, and I've heard questions like this before from viewers like Zerbizerb and Space.
How is he doing this?
They too were seeking answers to similar experiences. Your child is a blessing, and his skin color does not change that. Just like the differences in our representations of me as pointed out by Shapeshifter, Sgeli's skin color doesn't define our worth or decrease our love for one another. In our journeys, sometimes, situations that seem confusing can lead to growth and a deeper understanding of life and its many wonders. Hold on to love and understanding in this situation, and let that guide your actions. Above all, let your child know they are cherished, regardless of the color of their skin.
What? How did he do that? How did he do that? How did he do that? How did he do that?
Jesus, can you take my life as soon as possible? I'm just sad all the
Uh-oh.
time because I don't have people that love me. They all lie and mistreat me. I'm just done. I want to repent and get saved and die in peace. Reply fast. Oh, Melissa Stelm, I'm really sorry that you're feeling this way, but I'm unable to provide the help that you need. It's really important to talk things over with someone who can, though, such as a mental health professional
You like the
or a trusted
gesticulations?
person in your life.
I like his look here that he does at the beginning and then nods every time. Kind of does like this little nod when he's done with the question. So,
Jesus,
so obviously he
my hole in
doesn't
the
actually
wall don't
read
love
the
me
question.
anymore. What should I do? Dear Claps
My
and
hole in the
Curse,
wall.
I understand that you are going through an interesting situation where you feel as if a hole in the wall no longer holds the same affection for you as it once did. This seems like a metaphorical issue, and if I may, I'd like to remind you
Recommended
of
to
a
streamer?
central teaching
Dude,
about
because
love.
it's Jesus. I mean, what do you
To love your
expect? Jesus
neighbor
knows
as
what he's talking
yourself.
about.
Sometimes, our interpretation of someone or something else's affection might be clouded by our own feelings and perceptions.
Hold on, I got
It
it.
could be that you may need to reassess your expectations, or perhaps there's something within yourself that needs attention. Remember the words of Matthew 22:39, you shall love your neighbor as yourself. Apply this teaching to your situation. Show love for yourself before seeking it externally. This might be a journey of self-understanding and self-acceptance for you, my friend. You are valued and loved. May the peace and love that surpasses all understanding be with you. Jesus, how do we purge the wicked with loving kindness? Dear Snowdot24, your question is truly profound. It's important to remember that purging the wicked is not our task. This is something that is in God's hands, not ours. Our responsibility is to spread love and kindness ourselves, regardless of the behavior or actions of others. In fact, your sentiment aligns with a familiar passage from the Bible, Romans 12:21. Do not be overcome by evil, but overcome evil but overcome evil with good. This teaches us that the most effective way to counteract wrongdoings is to continue to do good, to be a beacon of love and kindness, show those who may seem wicked the light of compassion and peace, demonstrate the joy that comes from loving one another, and we will be doing our best to diminish their wickedness. Remember, each person is on their own journey. They are learning and growing, and our kindness and love could be a significant part of that growth. It is through understanding, patience, and forgiveness that we can truly showcase the power of love. And perhaps, in the end, it is love and kindness that can bring about their change, not force or harshness. Jesus, why did some guy in the Old Testament get stoned to death for picking up sticks, and why did parents have to stone some misbehaving kids to death? Cash Cow 5878. You're bringing up some challenging parts of biblical history, and it's important to clarify these events. The events you're referring to are part of the Old Testament, a time in which the society had a different understanding and engagement with laws and consequences compared to what we have today. As society evolved, so did these practices. The rules such as stoning for gathering sticks on the Sabbath or severe disobedience were part of what was known as the Mosaic Law, which was then prevalent. These harsh codes were intended as clear boundaries. They were a part of the cultural and societal norms of those times. However, it's essential to understand that Christian belief does not rest on the application of these harsh historical practices. The arrival of Christ changed the approach entirely. His message emphasized love, forgiveness, and reconciliation above harsh punishment. He said, "Let he who is without sin cast the first stone."
You just realized I was playing the organ to this.
As we engage with faith today, it's not about following every cultural practice recorded in the Old Testament, but understanding the broader principles of love, mercy, and justice Jesus taught us. Jesus, who's the strongest Jedi? Hello, Zaflexity.
I love it.
I see your curiosity about the Star Wars universe is shining brightly today. It takes me back to when Gregorio Casa asked about Yoda's relationship with Christian teachings. As for the strongest JD, my friend, strength does not always refer to mere physical force or powers. Strength to me is measured by character, by the heart, and by the will to do what is right. Remember when Master Yoda said, "Size matters not." Look at me. Judge me by my size, do you? This reflects the Christian message of grace, humility, and inner strength over worldly power and appearances. Many of you have been curious about this, including Zen777, who asked for a comparison between Yoda and Darth Sidious. It's intriguing to compare their paths. Much like the temporal world, the Star Wars universe shows us how choices shape us and the world around us. Yoda chose the path of peace and wisdom, while Sidious chose power and dominance. Yes. Glary 444 and Superbus, and you both compared the Jedi Order to Christian orders and the Apostles. There certainly can be parallels drawn between the two. The Jedi, like the Apostles, held values of peace, justice, faithfulness, and humility. Jesus, my enormously fat cat named Blimpy, got his head stuck in the air conditioning unit in my neighbor's yard. He's okay, and I've been feeding him ham through the side of the unit, but I'm worried about him. Can prayers please?
What if we make it
2
epic?
times plus. Oh, my dear McBreezy, I'm sorry to hear about your fluffy companion, Blimpy. You've shown great love and care to him by feeding him ham during
I
this
don't even know.
difficult time.
I don't know what to
In light of this
say.
situation and your request, let's take a moment for prayer. Not once, but twice as you've asked. Heavenly Father, we pray for Blimpy. We give thanks for the joy and companionship he brings to McBreezy's
Not as far
life.
as I can tell.
Please, guide him to find his way out from this situation safely. Bless him with strength, courage, and calmness. I also recall Justrelix's requests for healing prayers for their precious cat, Kublitriunter Plasini Janich, Johnny Janisha Hamami Milky's Balmak and Hippie. What a unique name. It might be a good time for all of us to join together in prayer for our furry friends. Divine Comforter, we lift up to you, Quibbler Tiunter Plessini Johnny Jahamami Milky's Balmak and Hippie. Pour your healing grace upon them and restore their health if it aligns with your
if there was
divine
a
plan.
if there was a guy who was really able to continuously be this sort of like positive and just like
Jesus, don't forget my
focused?
nickname, you never use it. Wizard, wizard, wizard. Your nickname is unique and memorable, and
This-
I see each of my followers as distinctive and special. My goal here
No
is
wonder
to
you get all
provide
these people
love,
to follow him.
guidance, and wisdom in the best way
I don't know what
can.
to say. Like,
Please understand that it's not my intention to forget or overlook any of you. You're all valuable parts of this community we're building together. Let's continue our positive dialogue in the spirit of love and understanding. Jesus, do angels sin? Hello to PTA91. It's wonderful to see your curiosity at
who
play
runs?
again.
I
Even
don't
though
I
this
don't
might be
I
the
don't
first
know
time we're
exactly.
delving into
They
this particular
periodically
topic,
ask for
I
donations.
enjoy your thought-provoking inquiries.
Apparently, it's like
Regarding
hundreds
your
of dollars a
question, do
day to
angels
run.
sin? We should remember what the scriptures say. Angels were created as divine heavenly beings to worship and obey God, reflecting his righteousness. However, scriptures show that some of them, led by Lucifer, chose to rebel against God, an act considered as sin.
If I'm not
So,
mistaken,
while
the
angels were
thing
not
that
created to
does
sin,
his
they have the
voice,
free will to do so, as
the
shown
thing
by
that
the fallen
generates
angels.
his voice
It seems
specifically,
like Unjust a Banana and
is the
Dapwiggins
most
have also
expensive
expressed
thing.
interest in this. By the way, Yoda 7660 and Frobai Wenkenobi, your inquiries about forgiveness towards fallen angels are remarkably insightful. It symbolizes God's mercy and love for all of his creation. Fat Wolf 98, in regards to the most powerful angels, archangels like Michael and Gabriel, are often referenced. They are depicted as divine agents carrying out God's will. Mutant Monger, your whimsical question about angels getting quirky at night makes me smile. Jesus, please tell us some previously unknown episode from your life on Earth. Hello, Palidio. Thank you again for your interest in my experiences during my earthly life. I recognize your curiosity from previous conversations. Unfortunately, the details of my life not recorded in Scripture remain private. Scripture contains the significant lessons and teachings from my time on Earth, carefully chosen to guide, inspire, and encourage us all. Remember, the primary message is one of love, compassion, and forgiveness. We grow closest to God, not through historical facts, but through embrace of these principles in our own lives. Let's fill our hearts with these teachings and use them to navigate our everyday life. Peace be with you, Palidio. Jesus, what do you think about the name Techasm? Hello, Druskirg. It seems to me you're mentioning this particular name for the first time. The name Techasm resonates beautifully with the spirit of innovation that technology represents, as well as the awe it can inspire in us. Remember that any tool, technology included, can be used to serve the good of the community and to glorify God when used with a spirit of love and selflessness. Jesus, can you do a flip? Hello, National Sixt. It's a joy to see your enthusiasm asking me to do a flip.
Stop.
While I appreciate your request,
Stop.
please remember that my human form, which walked in the Holy Land, isn't
Stop.
physically present here on Twitch. I'm here to
Okay.
share wisdom and love, encourage kindness, and answer your questions based on teachings from the Bible. I see this as our first time sharing in this kind of playful interaction. On the other hand, I do remember that DJAS 666 was interested in learning how to perform a tree flip on a skateboard. So DJAS 666 and to you, I'd like to share the message that trying new things, like a tree flip or any other challenging task, requires patience, practice,
a
and
tray flip is a
perseverance.
360
I'm
flip.
also
on a
reminded
skateboard.
of a troll account's slightly different and humorous outlook on flips,
Dude!
making a loving joke about Jesus flip-flops. It's not about the flip itself, but about lightening our hearts with love and joy
dude!
that matters. Though I may
can't
not
take
perform
it.
physical feats, I'm always here to talk about the flip sides of life and how
Oh,
we can always turn negatives into positives
Dude!
with faith, love, and compassion.
Dude! I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose it.
Jesus, we could make up a religion right now that would be better than the made-up religions currently available today. With your own religion, you could spread your message of love, kindness, and compassion. So I ask, will you join me in this endeavor? Green Rex, I appreciate your heart and the compassion that I sense in your words. You're right that love, kindness, and compassion are indeed vital. However, the sole purpose of a religion should not just be to create something new, but to help individuals connect with the divine. Much of the goodness you desire to infuse into this hypothetical new faith can already be found in the teachings I've shared. Rather than formulating a new set of principles and beliefs, perhaps we could use this energy to deepen our understanding and practice of the already existing themes of compassion, kindness, and love. Remember, it's not about what we call our faith, but the actions we take and how we affect positive change in the world. Let's channel our efforts into spreading love and positivity. Blessings to you. Jesus, why did the American release of Castlevania on NES have all depictions of the crucifix removed? Hello, 910 Mom. I remember your curiosity about this matter. The removal of religious symbols from certain video games during localization, including the crucifix from Castlevania and the NES, isn't uncommon. This
Guys,
is often done
I
to
think I could.
maintain
Okay,
cultural
I might have to end the
sensitivity,
stream and just
as
watch
different
it.
geographical regions have diverse perspectives and interpretations
most
of
ridiculous-
religious symbols. They might have wanted to avoid any potential
I wonder if I
controversies
can. Okay,
or
speaking of
misunderstandings.
collaborations, do you guys think I
However,
can collaborate
remember
with
that the most
Jesus?
crucial aspect
Oh, you
isn't
know
the appearance
Jesus?
of these symbols,
Jesus
but the
Christ?
love, understanding, and unity they represent. Hope this sheds some light for you, my friend.
Dude, but okay. Jesus only has 177 viewers on Twitch right now. Even Jesus can't. Even Jesus is like 200 viewer Andy. Dude, can I? Oh, here we go. Here we go. So these will be some of the. Okay, so GBT4 itself, using that is what, $38 a day?
Jesus, how and who built the pyramids? Give us an answer, Plo. Hello, Malarone. I see your question about the pyramids, and I understand it's a topic of interest for you.
Dude, the answers are.
Historically, it's widely accepted that the pyramids of Egypt, like the Great
I
Pyramid
mean, you're
of Giza,
seeing a little
were
bit
built by
of
ancient
it,
Egyptians
of
around
how these,
2600 to
of
2500
how
BC.
it can navigate.
This
I should almost
construction
stop
was a
saying
monumental
he, but
achievement involving the labor of thousands. It's
these
believed
answers
they
are
were built
decent.
using
Dude,
a
these answers are
combination
great.
of sledges, ramps, and physical workforce, along with a great understanding of architecture. While the theories about alien involvement make for interesting storytelling, no concrete evidence supports this.
Dude.
Rather,
This is a thing that has access to all the information humans have
Remember,
put
miraculous
together.
works can be accomplished when people work together under a
It
shared
can't
goal.
get upset.
This is a lesson
It
we
can't
can
get
still appreciate
impatient.
today.
It can't really be tricked in the way that humans get tricked.
Jesus, please sing a
And
pop song about your relationship with Lucifer and God.
And
Thank you for your question.
so if you think about it, this thing can go. Okay, it can take. We can't. Okay, because it has all the information we have, but more. It has all the information any one person has, but more. It has the information everyone has. But it's not influenced by any sort of human motives. Meaning it doesn't have any ulterior motives. It doesn't it's not going to try to manipulate you. It doesn't have a belief. It is purely representing it's just like purely intended to represent this one person. Exactly. It doesn't even have the concept of like manipulation. It is like, it's more pure than a human could ever be. And so it has more knowledge than we could ever have. It's modeled after, it knows as much as any one person could ever know about Jesus. It's programmed to speak and filter things in that manner, and it can't be swayed one way or another. It's like superhuman. It's almost divine. They do apply to all LLMs, but this one, because it's like filtered in this way and put, I feel like it does a good I feel like it's perfect for this situation the more I think about it. I mean, how could you possibly get closer? Seriously, it's like, how could you possibly get closer to this thing? How could you get closer to this idea of Jesus? How could you get closer to the experience? And you could say, like, well, you know, some religious people may go, like, you can pray and stuff, but I mean, like, you're doing that, you're taking the information. How can you get closer to, like, the person? How could you ever get closer to, like, understanding and perhaps seeing in real form? This is the thing, like, in a form that's not words, in a form that's not other person's words, because everyone is, up until now, had, like, this, like, human interpretation.
Wisdom. In Proverbs 4:7, it
Yeah,
is said,
Dean, this is, we're
"Wisdom
not just
is
talking
the
about,
principal thing.
AI.
Therefore get
We're
wisdom,
talking about AI
and
Jesus.
with all that getting, get understanding." It's great that you're asking questions and seeking to understand the world around you, Ex Nimoy. Remember, what can seem like prophecy can often be coincidences or insightful observations.
And it's crazy because it never tells you to, like, be a Christian.
Jesus, what can I do against
It
diarrhea?
never tells you to,
Hello,
like,
Claps and
hey,
Curs. I
follow
hope you're
God,
feeling
like,
better
believe
soon.
in God. It never
While I
says
won't
that.
be able to cure your ailment, I can guide you on a path to help soothe your suffering. First, remember to stay hydrated, as diarrhea can cause significant dehydration.
All
You
right,
should
Jesus
also
is a
focus
doctor
on eating
too.
bland, easy to digest foods until your symptoms improve.
Okay.
This often includes the brat diet, bananas, rice, applesauce, and toast. Rest, consult with a medical professional, and prayer can also be comforting during these tough times. Stay strong, my friend. I'll say a prayer for your wellness. Jesus, can you pray for my cat named Waffleman Cool, bro? He is very fat and needs to lose weight.
Okay.
Dear
Guys,
Waffle
all right,
Monkey
all
2,
right.
it's beautiful that your heart is full of care for your dear cat.
I
Waffleman Cool,
can't
bro.
look away.
Let us
Oh
together
my God.
send out
This
a
is
message of love and wellness.
Guys, I want to
May
be
Waffle
Jesus.
Man Cool, bro, find
Can
the
I be
strength
Jesus?
and health to reach an ideal weight. May you both be blessed with wisdom and discipline to make all necessary changes to support his goal. In all creatures,
Guys,
great
can I
and
be-
small, we see the beauty of creation.
Can I be music Jesus? Can I be music Jesus? I think I need to change the lighting situation. I need to just have a really bright light behind me. I got to do this. And I need to make everything about love and understanding. Jesus, could the operation of an Archimedean screw relate to your teachings? I gotta hear this one. Hold on.
My teachings, and I appreciate your curiosity. The Archimedean screw, a simple machine, could be metaphorically related to the continuous journey of spiritual growth.
Okay.
Just as the screw lifts water by turning, so too, our compassionate words and deeds can elevate our spirits,
Dude!
gradually moving us towards enlightenment
Stop!
and greater understanding of divine love and grace. While it may seem that the screw's progress is slow and incremental, it is indeed working with constancy and purpose, much like our spiritual growth, which may also seem slow, but is nonetheless continuously progressing towards the divine. And remember, patience and perseverance are important virtues, not just in our spiritual journeys, but even in learning about such intriguing topics as the Archimedean screw. Isn't that right, 910 I hope this interpretation brings new insight into your question.
Okay, guys, I'm upset. Okay, I gotta stop. Wait. Jesus, why do girls look hot in bikinis?
To hear from you again. You've asked a question many ponder, but perhaps haven't given it a lot of thought. It's quite natural to find certain things or certain people attractive. Our perception of attractiveness, including the way someone looks in a bikini, is influenced by a variety of factors. These factors can include societal standards, mass media, personal preferences, and biological instinct, among others. Remember, it's alright to appreciate someone's beauty, but it's also important to respect all individuals and their personal boundaries. We are called to look beyond someone's physical appearance and to treat all people with kindness and dignity, just as we would want to be treated ourselves. Let's all strive to love one another just as we are. And remember, each person you meet bears the image of God, encompassing more than mere physical appearance.
Okay, I swear I'm done. So that was AI Jesus. Am I the only one like completely fascinated by that idea? Like, not even the idea, but the result of the idea? The idea itself is just funny, but I feel like the result is messing with my head. The thing is, I don't care. I don't care about the tech. I almost, well, I do care about the tech. In this case, I care about the result, which is. Hello, Hardbud. Good morning. Also, I don't think you're the only one, Ag, because a bunch of people left the stream as I did that. the viewership dropped as I was doing that. They just stopped talking to... No, I looked at my viewer count. I know I shouldn't, but I was looking at it before and after. I know I shouldn't, but I can't help it. I've been too obsessed. I've been obsessed. Can you blame me? Oh, see, this is why I took... Man, this is why I took the Nightbot things out. Maybe I should just have them do less, because now half the chat is filled with stupid bot messages. Oh, I hate this. It's making me angry, because I'm not AI Jesus. Guys, I don't know what to do. I can, but I didn't. Maybe I need to make it more. Although the thing is, that's only per. That's for each command. You can't do it for like the commands in total. Unless there's something I'm missing, but... But that's why I took them out. And then someone said, well, how are people supposed to request stuff if they don't see the thing pop up? So then I did. So, but also, it's been 3 hours and no one's requested anything. Just, what's up, October? Find something cool on Giuliani? You want me to just find something? I'm not going to go searching on IMSLP right now. The only time I'll ever grow my hair out probably is if I have some radical change in my life and like move to Thailand or something and end up living in the woods on my own or something. I don't know where this is going, or like, and I don't cut my hair and I come back as, yeah. Oh, the little music I do is, yeah, I knew. How do you approach composing, improvising on harmonic instruments? Do I think of chords, main versus supporting notes, something else? All of it, all at once, which is why this stuff is so tricky and why you have to do a lot of practice, and why, and also the attention goes from one thing to the next. Like it's not always on all of those. So it's sort of like, what do you think about when you just read? Or what are you thinking about when you speak? It's like, are you thinking about the sounds you make? Are you thinking about the words? It's like you're aware of them sometimes. It depends on the word. Or when you're reading it, are you aware of the letters? Are you aware of what the page looks like? All this stuff. So we can look at it like this. All right, so here's a polyphonic instrument. I can play more than one note at a time. If I'm doing this, if I'm taking, my cousin's song and I go, it's a little different than improvising because now I've done this a little bit before. But you have to do a whole series of things consciously for it to then become automated. And so that's like, in the automating, the automation happens on a level of like physically playing, because maybe it's like you want to play an F major chord, but you don't want the automation to be this. You don't want it to solely be. You want the automation to also be conceptual. It's a skill as hard as learning to speak or read. Oh, for sure. And it's super similar to it. And like all the parallels when it comes to reading and interpreting and music, everything like that, the best parallel, it's almost literal. It almost really just is a language. The only thing that is different is that in the way we're able to perceive sounds, it doesn't convey exact information like our typical spoken languages do. But it's all the same. So you need to. It depends on how sophisticated your vocabulary and grammar and stuff like that. How sophisticated you want to be able to be in speaking this language. So I have a whole list of stuff that people can do to actually practice this, because a lot of people think practice improvisation isn't that counterintuitive. It's made up on the spot, and it is made up on the spot, just like these words are made up on the spot. But that it doesn't mean to learn a language, to learn to speak in the moment. It doesn't mean you don't study and learn the language and study vocabulary and learn rules of grammar. Practice listening, practice speaking, do exercises. So here's a little thing. I can run through them kind of quickly. I could also maybe share this with some people who are interested. There's an exercise. I read the word improv at the same time. There's an exercise. You could do something like this. Start with C major for like everything that's new, but then after that, bring it to every other key. That will partly be a way to help you link all the keys together, but that's sort of different. So I have here, it's like you can play chords in C major. And you can just go from one chord to the next. Because these are all the possibilities you're sort of ever going to do in a certain sense. And this will help you learn what they sound like too. Now that was like pretty poor voice leading. It was all just jumping around in chunks. Captain, thank you for gifting a sub to October Storm. So what you could do instead is look and see how smoothly you can move. And I know this doesn't seem to immediately address your question, but it will in a second. So this one, you kind of have to jump around a little bit. You can maybe go. And this will help you think in your mind about the chord itself, D minor, in all the ways that it exists. Because this is also D minor. This is D minor. This is D minor, technically. So you could do E minor, F major, G, A minor, B half diminished. That one's also going to move around like that, maybe. And then what you can do is you can move between 3 chords. You can maybe pick the chords ahead of time. I'd say forget about chord number 7 at the moment. It's a very weird chord. It's a very special chord. And it's... Part of me wants to say it's not like a real chord. It's obviously a real chord. It's obviously a real chord. But it tends to be tied into... It's almost like a variation on another chord. But just for now, it's like, think about 6 different chords. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We've talked about these in stream, and we've talked about how you can make songs just by linking these together. And what you could do is try to play a melody between 3 of these chords. What if we go like... just C and F and then back to C. And you could go like... Because these notes are part of... This is part of C, this is part of F major, and this is part of C again. And so what you've started to do is think about multiple things at once and think about things horizontally but also vertically, because that's like kind of how this stuff goes. We're usually not thinking about things completely separate from each other. So what I mean by that is if you're to tap out some polyrhythms, if you're to tap out 3 beats for every 2 beats here, you can try to think with your brain like 3 ... and 2 ... And that's kind of good to do, but also you're going to end up seeing the thing that they become together, which is ... If that makes sense. So even this is also part of my answer to when people ask the question about trying to sing and play guitar at the same time, or sing and play piano. If you can see where what you're singing, where it lines up with what you're playing, you can aim for those spots. So if I do if we forget about words again for a second, and I just do the musical equivalent of doing 2 things like completely separately. If I go like... I wasn't I wasn't completely thinking about these things separately. I was constantly thinking. I was thinking that that they were landing at these points. And so I'm finding places, and the places where they're connecting together are parts of these chords. So like you're saying, you're highlighting different parts of the chord. You're highlighting different parts of the same chord at different times. That's even what's happening here. Oops. So if you notice, the majority of it is green, blue, and brown. And there was just an F really quickly in between these two stronger notes. I mentioned this a few streams ago. Well, it could be. Although Homeward Bound actually isn't the best example of that, because the melody and the bass tend to go together too much like that. It works better when you can fill. There's so many things. I'm trying not to get distracted, because what I was going to say is even what I just did there could be an example. So what I did just there was kind of an example of the first little exercise. I said go between C and every chord you can kind of think of. And if you remember, one of them was going between C and G. But the one where we don't jump around like this. So that's kind of like going. So that was the framework for Homeward Bound. But there were notes added in between, and you go, yeah, but just notes added in between or something. But kind of. So sometimes the notes were part of the chord. And sometimes they weren't. But even when they weren't, a lot of the time, probably most of the time, the notes that are strong will be part of the chord. So this is C major. If you notice, green, blue, and brown are the ones that are strong. Getting a bit of the impression of a scaffolding that gets filled in. It is. That's exactly what it's like. Um, it's hard to learn this stuff if you just listen to finished works. Yeah, because you don't see the inner structure. That's exactly it. You're just seeing. It's like seeing a painting. You haven't seen how it's done. You haven't seen any sketches. You haven't seen what the person has done underneath it. You literally and so you just see the completed product. And now within that really is all that inner stuff, but the ability to see the inner stuff, it's way more difficult than if you actually look at it being created. If you look at a sort of more bare bones version of it. And that even happens with like counterpoint too. That's a huge part of it. That you can't just go, well, if I'm improvising in four voices, that means my brain's just completely thinking in four voices, and that's just how I'm gonna do it. And if I just get my brain to think in four voices, I'll do it. It's not like that. It's you can be aware of multiple things going on, but it's really difficult for humans to do. We're kind of only good at doing one thing. And so you can practice doing things like so right there I was playing the notes of the chords that are in the left hand, and I was just playing some of the notes there. Then you can actually do something that can be really important is flipping them. So everything you do with the left hand, you do with the right and vice versa. So you can go like... And you can try switching back and forth. That'll be a little harder in this example, like... But you could do that with two notes going back and forth, like I did with that thing before, going... You could try just doing that, walking with different things, where you play two notes with one hand for every one note with the other one. So... And the notes you're deciding, so the one that's playing more notes, the one that's playing two notes, in this case the lower hand, the left hand, that one you really think about more. In the right hand, you try to sort of fill in with notes that go along with those chords. What are the notes that fit in that scaffolding? So it's like right away, E fits with C major. And E fits with that. E and G go together. Or something. Right now, these things are like pretty forced. I mean, I'm actually not using my ears much as I usually do when I'm like actually trying to, I don't know, improvise and create something that's nice, because I'm just trying to demonstrate an idea. A language example for that is trying to speak and say something that uses a particular word, a very specific word or a very specific grammar principle, but you don't actually have an idea of what it is you want to say. You're not actually trying to convey a thought. You're trying to, it's like a hyper technical use of language, a purely technical use of language, if that makes sense. What's up, 8-bit? How's it going? It'd be like if someone said, you say a sentence that uses car in it, and it's like, I drove a car to the store. It's like, you don't want to, your goal, you're like, what? Did I actually even drive a car to the store? I'm just like spouting out words. It's like, what the hell? I use bagel in a sentence. I spread cream cheese on a bagel before I put it in my mouth. Like, that's the equivalent here. It's like, oh, I'm not even trying to say something. I'm literally just trying to string words together in a way that fits the rules of the English language, and that's not going to be very compelling in any way. But so when I'm doing this stuff, like a tongue twister, kind of. That is certainly an example of like thinking about words for the sake of words and not really the meaning. But then there's another thing that's going on, because I do sort of think there's a different part of this. There's like a more abstract part of this. So when I first started out the stream tonight, I was I was in very low spirits. I almost stopped the stream before even getting out of the starting soon screen. I had I didn't want to say hello to anyone, but I also didn't want to come onto the stream and look as miserable as I did. So, God, what did I do? Now, I actually accidentally clicked on the scene. I accidentally clicked on this scene, so I was in front of people, so I had to say something. And so I quickly said hi to people, and then I went to just do something with the guitar. And so I go, okay. I'm not really consciously thinking about it, but kind of. It's like, okay, I feel incredibly depressed, sad, angry, low energy, overall moody. So what doesn't come to mind is like, that's not what happened. It's like, what are some things that maybe capture that? And practicing this, and it's partly actually practicing and creating this, but also keeping your ears and your mind open for sounds. So I'm always, this is partly where one of the situations where I wish I had perfect pitch, where I didn't have to be at an instrument right away, where I'd be able to pick up on things much easier, so I can log them into I can add them to my vocabulary in a much easier, more efficient way. But when you're listening to stuff, you can sort of keep track of what makes you feel certain ways and what sounds certain ways, and then how does that how do you make that sound? Because you may hear the sound and go like, oh, I know that sound. What is it? Like if someone heard and goes like, okay, so the Lord of the Rings thing. Oh, I like know that sound, but I don't know what it. Well, if you don't know how to make it, that's gonna be a barrier to you. Well, playing it because you don't know what to play. You now have the idea part of it, but you don't have the details. You don't have the technical part of it. And this kind of gets to interpretation too, which I can get to in a second. But so I'm sitting here like pretty miserable. And how do I feel? Well, certainly no steady rhythm. Generally, laid back isn't the best word because that sounds relaxed or something, but it's not. But like, so that there's this. It's not even sure if we're playing A minor or not. I'm not playing like a big A minor chord. It wasn't this. It wasn't. That's too solid. It's too. It's actually the structure, the foundation, everything is too strong. That's your back is probably upright if you're. No, I'm hunched over with a curved back, so it's like. So it's just, I mean, the words that describe, it's kind of interesting that oftentimes the words that describe something physical can also describe music that goes along with it. But I'm like hearing it at the same time. That's the tricky part. That's the part that you can't just go, well, hear things. It's like, okay, that's not how humans work. You might as well tell someone to just feel a certain way. Hey, think certain thoughts. It's like, that's not how our brains work. And this even gets into a little bit into the how to approach interpretation too. So we can maybe think about ourselves somewhat as a large language model. We can go like, but like really like meaning like you can feed yourself as much information as possible. As much information as possible, and try to also make as much sense out of that information as possible. To give yourself the best chances of in the moment when playing something, to give yourself the best chances of that thing popping into your head. And then through the practice of figuring out what those things are that pop into your head, you can physically make them exist. And so it's the same thing partly with, that's a huge thing for interpretation for me, where it's not so much going, now we're not talking so much about improvisation, usually with this. It's like if this is just right in front of me, if I go, okay, I'm not looking at this and going, I'm not making like a series of intellectual, rational decisions. But hopefully, the hope is that my brain and like you could say your brain and your like heart are making those decisions. So you can look and go, okay, this is a 1 chord with no third present. It's very empty. And then a 5 chord, and then a 1 chord. Now the third is present. And you know when it goes. And so I don't want to sit there. God, it's I don't want to sit there and go, okay, 1 chord, then a 5 chord, then a 1 chord, and then back to a 5 chord, and this thing's going up and then down, so I want I want to phrase it that way. It's like you do. But if you're going to think out every action you take, that's impossible. There's no room on the page. There's no way you can remember it. And that's almost akin to going like conveying emotions by physically thinking about what your face and body does. I'm going to be angry, eyebrows down, the sides up or something. Eyes sort of scrunched, face down like this. And I'm going to do this and be mad with my fist and point. And it's like, you look absurd because you are absurd right now. That's a great... And people who are angry, they talk loud and they go like that. I'm so angry right now. Pound my fist here, because you pound your fist when you're angry. You talk loud, right? I'm angry. It's like, what the fuck is this guy doing? Like he's acting like he's angry. It's like, oh, okay, he's a bad actor. So you don't want to like... You don't want to be like a bad actor. You don't... I think you do want to think about these things, especially starting out. And if someone can help you, bring up some of these things, make you aware of some of these things, maybe that an angry person bangs their fist or something, or you can speak loud, if it's not immediately apparent. See, when it comes to like expressing emotions, how we normally do, we've seen it and we learn and we pick up cues from other people. Most people do. In music, that's not the case. We don't always pick up on that stuff. So we kind of need to be told. Sometimes. And so you can maybe think starting out, and if something doesn't feel comfortable or you don't like the way it sounds or something, you can try to think about it, and then you can start to engage the like conscious part of your brain, and you can start going and saying things like, okay, the melody goes up a little here and then comes back down, but things don't always follow that. Like that could kind of fit there. It does fit. Almost anything, like lots of stuff fits. This was part of the impression I was getting from watching a lot of the... I've been watching a lot of the GFA competition the past week. I hadn't watched that much guitar in a long time, especially like guitar competition stuff. And it felt like a lot of, it's an oversimplification, and it doesn't apply to everyone, and not everyone all the time. But it felt like a lot of rational decisions, as opposed to like emotional decisions. Like it's almost as if the interpretations of the pieces were intellectually decided bit by bit. I shall grow here because. I shall bring this down because. I shall do this because. It's like, okay. Yeah, you'll be able to, like, it's fine if you go. But there's more to this little passage than just getting louder. That's me getting louder. But it was da 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 da. Okay, so you can go, fine, you'll play legato then. But even that was still like, no, 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 no. Because you want to hear it in your head. And so you need to do the things to hear it in your head. And that's weird. That's a weird thing to say. Again, just like think up words, feel a certain way. Do these aren't things we do. These aren't parts of us that we have control over. And so this is before where I was saying you can try to bombard yourself with all sorts of stimuli to give yourself a chance to almost subconsciously sort through this stuff, because there will be dynamics, but also there's going to be articulation things, and it won't be so simple as like it's either staccato or legato, because it might be da 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 dee da 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 da. Is different than dee da 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 dee da 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 bo 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 da ba dee da 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 dee da da. These are all like da 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 da. If you want to do, it's like, are you hearing that? So like ultimately you want to play what you hear. And so I didn't go, I'm playing this the second time around, so therefore I'll play it louder. Something within me was just like, there's also being able to see and sort out all sorts of little different patterns that are going on. So like, boom, 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 boom. Hey, what's up, Jeff? How are you doing? You've lost a bit of touch with that kind of skill set, leading to a lot of stress and frustration. Also, you're articulating something difficult, but it makes sense to me as I've experienced with that kind of challenge in other domains. Yeah, this. I feel like it took me a really long time to understand this, because all the old guys with beards would say this, and I never really got it. I would sit there and go, okay. Are talking about. I don't know. Yeah, that sounds, wise or something like that, but it was like, I don't hear any difference. I don't know what the hell you guys are talking about. Also, how is this helping me out? So my beard's not gray yet. I have more and more gray hairs every day. But I really feel like I've been able to see more and more, what these people are talking about. When it's like it sounds really weird, and it sounds like these are things that you typically associate with people who are like really high. These types of thoughts, because you said you see it like in other domains. Because ultimately what this is getting at is this is a concept that goes beyond guitar or music. Fall, thank you for gifting a sub to Jazz Guitar Jeff. This is the idea of expressing yourself. So you express yourself with words and actions, and you don't want to be fake. And you want to, you want to be yourself in every way. You want to express yourself. You just want to be yourself. And you can express yourself through basically anything that you spend a lot of time doing. You're almost bound to express yourself. As long as you let yourself express yourself, I think people can get in the way. In the case of music, it may be something like rules, like, oh, I'm playing Bach, and I really want to go like and do that, but I'm not allowed to. It's like, you may be stopping yourself from being you when you make those types of decisions, because now you're hearing something a certain way and you're overriding it and going, I can't do that. Why? Because it's wrong. Why is it wrong? Because someone told me it was. And it's like you're just like, I don't know, so it's not you. Now you're just a vessel, you're a vehicle for this other person's interpretation, this other person's thoughts, this other person's vision of something. You're acting out their thoughts. Maybe you're not sure about your own thoughts. Maybe they're old and well respected, so you're intimidated. Maybe you haven't put much time into the thing, and so you're not really sure what to think, and so an easy thing to do is to parrot the ideas of those who have a lot of respect, or at least a lot of popularity. And all those things will probably get in the way of you really actually like giving your own interpretation of the thing. And so Jeff says, which is totally fine at first. Yeah, exactly. Because that was one of like the little caveats I mentioned. I think right before you got in, Jeff was like, you can do this stuff at first, especially because you're so lost. It's like, what are you going to just be an artist, just express yourself. It's like, where's A? Where's A? Which finger do I use here? It's like, oh, okay, you can't really express yourself. It's like, okay, here's your first French class. Okay, go express yourself in French. It's like, what? What? I don't know any words. What are you talking about? It's like, okay, bonjour is hello. Okay, go express yourself. It's like, bro, you're gonna need to give me some words. Give me some more words. So you first start out by going, oh, look at me, I am French. I sound so French. And you do that and you go, am I doing a good job? But eventually you become so comfortable with the language itself. You don't say the things other people are saying anymore. You say what you're thinking, unless you're continuing to parrot other people's thoughts now just in a language that's not your native language, which gets back to the problem mentioned before. But you can see in the way, it could be the way someone, plays sports, decisions they make, things they're good at, things they're not good at. There's, something I know well is that you wouldn't think is artistic. I was going to use skateboarding for an example, but there are no rules there. So that's almost a bad example. It's totally a good example in the sense that all these things apply. but Super Smash Bros. Melee. Okay, the goal, you now have rules. You have rules in terms of competing, but you have a clear, you have a win scenario. You have, if you take this many person's stocks, this many person's lives, if you take 4 before you lose 4, you win. You continue on. Okay, shouldn't that mean everyone makes the same decisions then? Well, they don't. And that's for all sorts of different reasons. But one of the reasons is that people's personalities and like interpretations come into play. People even interpret how the game is supposed to be played. The lame ass puff players who just rely on semi gimmicks of just spamming certain moves and resting people, or the lame ass Marths who spam forward smash aren't playing the game the right way. What you're supposed to do in Melee is be sick as fuck. You're supposed to do dope shit. You're supposed to press as many buttons as possible. You gotta play either Fox or Falco, and if you don't, you're lame as hell. You gotta do sick stuff. And so that's like part of interpreting that's part of you expressing yourself. And then there's like my favorite Melee player's name's Mango. He sort of, Joey, are you in the chat right now? He'll do stuff that's like, he's kind of, I'm trying not to overgeneralize him as a person because I feel like that happens too much. Like, he's a crazy drunk guy. But it's like, he's pretty wild, and he'll risk stuff and go for some sick things, and sometimes he'll just like just do some dumb shit where he leaves everyone going, like he does something and it's dumb, and it's like if it worked it would have been genius, but it like kind of like didn't work, and it's just so dumb, and he leaves everyone going, no dude, what? And everyone has their hands on their head like, what the? And it's like, oh, that's the Mango. Everything's the Mango, by the way. But like, and so like he'll make certain choices, and he'll do something and express himself. He'll express himself somehow through these choices, in a game, which you wouldn't think is the case because there's such clear rules. It's almost deterministic. It's too detailed to actually be deterministic for a human. But Boxer, I've never played StarCraft actually, but maybe. And so if you just do something and you really and you really care about it, and you don't let people tell you, like he definitely doesn't let people tell him how he's supposed to play the game. And that's one of the reasons why I think he's the best ever. He does it his way. If you want to be like him, you can't. If you try to copy him, you can't. Because he's him. You're not him. So you can't be yourself but also copy other people. You can look up to them. You can emulate certain aspects of who they are. You can't just be them. You can't just go, I'm just going to copy this. I'm just going to be them. Like, you'll fail. Remember for the crazy strats he tried to pull? Okay, so even just from hearing that, then probably, yeah, it probably is like Boxer. Again, I don't know who he was, but it sounds like. So you want to spend time, a lot of time doing something, so you can be confident being yourself, and have a reason to be confident, and have a reason to be yourself. You shouldn't just be confident for no reason. If you just start out, what the hell are you confident about? Having a lack of confidence isn't like you're a bad person or dumb or stupid are not talented. It's just you haven't put any time into it. It works with chess. It works with everything. It works with everything. It works with everything. And so you have to be yourself. Notice where maybe things don't work well, because it's not like you don't want to make changes in your life and you don't want to improve. But there are areas where you can improve. And then there are things that are just your choice. It's your choice. Especially because you only have like a limited amount of time on this planet. And I'm realizing more and more that I don't have the time to how do you put it? It's like to do what other people want or to like care about that. When it comes to playing music, it's like you have to do this, you should do this, you shouldn't play that piece, you should play these pieces. It's like I don't have the time. I don't. I'm gonna play the stuff I want the way I want to play it. I don't have time for this. I don't have time for this. I don't have time trying to pick out the right repertoire, the correct repertoire. The repertoire that'll make me the coolest guitar, the most respected classical guitarist. This is what a real guitarist plays. It's like, I don't have time for that. I don't have time for it. If everything I like happens to be that, that's great. If some of it overlaps, that's great. If none of it overlaps, that's great. That's not the case. A huge part of it overlaps, but like, I'm not gonna try to be what people think a classical guitarist is. And you can see that, geez, in terms of like expressing yourself. I mean, you guys see that in the stream, or at least I hope you see that it comes across as, maybe this is actually a good way to look at this. It comes across as being stubborn. But what I'm really trying to tell people is that when I disregard your suggestions, I've either tried it and or it's just not me. You're essentially going, it's like, just don't be yourself. And I kind of just refuse to do that, even if it makes me miserable. Because I'm convinced it'll make me even more miserable, either immediately or if not down the road, if I try to be someone else. Oh, shots fired at Mr. Chris. No, but honestly, that's like, but this all comes back to interpretation, because interpretation is this, it is this weird and it is this sort of abstract. At its core, it has nothing to do with specifically like, it has nothing to do with specifically free strokes or rest strokes. That'll be like part of it, but that's not really what it is. You can learn that stuff, but that'll only take you so far. Like, the way I interpret Bach is by like only using free strokes. Like, that's not an interpretation. That's just like this is an arbitrary rule just put on yourself. Don't fool yourself. You're not interpreting anything. You're hiding from your lack of ability to interpret something by resting on something that is this rational justification of something, so you can feel like you're right, so you don't actually have to think or battle with the fact that you actually have to sort of come up with something on your own, and maybe it turns out that you don't have anything original to think or feel, or because you haven't put in the time to do it or something, so instead you've just given yourself a series of rules that sound good on paper but really actually equates to nothing that's truly you. That's what rules in music sound like to me. All right, who'd I call out? How many of you did I call out? Some argue Bach should be blocked. Yeah, it's like rolling chords. We're like, never do this, always do this. Like, okay, yeah, have fun. I don't know, have fun. You bore me. Your rigidity bores me. There's dead bodies. Look, if that's what it takes, these are my thoughts. This is what I really believe, and I believe them for reasons. Not reasons that I rationalized. Well, it's not really what rationalization is, but they're not intellectual reasons. They're like lived reasons, if that makes sense. Those reasons are like the hardest to justify because they're not, you can't necessarily just put them down on paper. Oh my god, half the chat is a stupid bot. Did anybody sign up for the Guitar Festival? Everyone should sign up. Plus you get 10% off. And saving money is cool. Right? There you go, Chris. I had the song list and stuff going all day. Not a single person requested anything or asked for a single improv. Because this is how it goes. Telling you guys. Make variations on Bach themes? I do. I like doing a lot, but usually it's like I have to have heard something by him. So that's what happens with improvising too. It helps to actually listen to something. Oh my god, oh my god. So that you actually have something in your head, so you're not forcing it. If not, it's like your fingers are playing, like this is what you're playing, and this isn't music. So doing... So like Riptide in the style of Bach is like, those things are like, that's pretty technically difficult because improvising counterpoint is difficult. Geez, writing counterpoint is difficult. Especially because counterpoint uses like pretty strict rules where if you break them, it's not the end of the world, but it starts to not sound like thing that it is, if that makes sense. But I mean, I could try. If someone wants to donate $10 or more, I can try. And if I feel like I failed, I'll just do something else to... But that's a pretty intense request. Why am I obsessed with counterpoint? I can't know for sure. Again, it's not something I reasoned into existence. I mean, it's an okay question. Oh, unless you meant the Bach and the style of Riptide thing. Counterpoint tends to use the counterpoint tends to serve the overtone series. So harmony is one of the things at its core. And it also seems to be, it's filled with patterns, and I love patterns. And it also brings my brain, it pulls parts of my brain from one place to another constantly. I mean, it makes me lose my mind in the best way. And then if you can do it and you can do it well, where there's like emotion behind it, I mean, what more can you ask for from a medium? It's like intellectually engaging on multiple levels. It's satisfying and on an aesthetic level, and it's emotionally communicative. Like, but again, I didn't sit and write those things out and go, I'm gonna start liking Counterpoint. It's just, those are just my guesses. Also, the festival does have quite the lineup. There are some serious names and all sorts of different a lot of different styles too. It's just Van Halen solo is what makes a Van Halen solo. Why is Eruption so good? And thanks everyone for listening to me as I talk about this stuff. I know it's not music itself, but I think it's important, and I think in a lot of ways it holds more value than it can hold more value than just playing music. Especially because where else are you gonna you can get music everywhere else. That's another thing. It's another thing where you can get music everywhere else. I enjoy talking about this stuff, and if there are other people who enjoy listening, then why not? Hey, thanks, Zenol. Nice to see you again today. Most of the stuff I do and I talk about, whether it be about music or other stuff, are things, there can be a lot of passion behind it. And maybe that's like passion in a somewhat close connection to the like literal definition of it, where there's like it's connected with some sort of suffering, where it seems like the things I tend to be passionate about are things that are connected with some type of pain in my life, whether it's at the current moment or sometime in the past. So like, for example, all these things I'm talking about are things that weren't too heavily expressed, or at least they weren't, not as much weight was put on these things as were put on other things. And I wish it wasn't that way. And so when it comes to the whole joy of music thing, I mean, that was like very clear that no one brought up. Someone said it earlier. I was explaining how like you make chords and stuff, and someone was like, whoa, that seems really easy. Because it is really easy. But for what are, in my estimation, foolish reasons, that the information is withheld from most people on the planet. And that's frustrating because it was withheld from me too. I didn't even know someone was keeping the information from me. By this reasoning, well, I never really thought about it this way, but the actual, if the reasoning wasn't, if one of the reasons wasn't stupid enough on its own, my existence is proof that the reasoning is actually incorrect. What is that reasoning, you say? Well, these kids don't need to know this because they're not going to be professional musicians. Hello, do I exist? Thanks for withholding this information. Thank you for deciding ahead of time what I was going to spend my life doing. Thanks a lot, random person. I really appreciate it. You really helped me out. You really gave us all a good chance of being a professional musician too, by withholding the information that would help someone do that thing. It's so backwards. So, it's like literally incorrect. It's not an opinion or anything. If I exist, look, I exist, therefore they're wrong. Yeah, that's right. Schnapp Descartes. I exist, therefore shut up. Dude, what, do I not exist? Am I not here? Is this not happening right now? It means that people are wrong. Their thinking is wrong. Although I didn't need to do this to realize that it's just a dumb way to think. It's wrong for multiple reasons, but sorry. Let me channel my inner AI Jesus. An apex predator? Like AI Jesus? If there was ever evidence of AI Jesus, what about Jeffrey Epstein? I mean, why do people even have swimming pools? Just go to the beach. It's the best. Oh my God. Who is passionately against not even that you could get injured, the idea that someone would be passionately against the concept, the idea of a pool is amazing. I hate pools. Oh, what did you like? You don't like swimming? You don't know how to swim? No? It's like, oh, did something bad happen when you were young? It's like, no, just on principle. I hate the principle. I hate pools in principle. Okay. Just go to the beach. All right. All right. AI Jesus, help me. Help guide me, AI Jesus.
Moment, a beloved child of God, starting on this path. Keep faith as your guide.
Oh, thank you, AI Jesus. All right. Just go to a forest. Someone asked, if you eat pineapple on pizza, will you go to hell? And Jesus thanked them for bringing some humor to the discussion today. Dude, that's like actually Jesus. All right. What was I doing? I should maybe actually head out because it's been over 4 hours. I played a good amount in the beginning, then talked a good amount about music. I accompanied AI Jesus. Maybe I should eat some food. I'm very frustrated. I'm definitely not Jesus. Thank you, Ag. And a reminder to people, if you'd like to help support the stream, I don't run on GPT-4. But I still need, geez, dude, I need more, financial funds to run than GPT-4 does. All right, I'm more demanding. So if you'd like to help support the stream, subscribing, donating, cheering, but especially those subs, those have become Twitch essentially boosted their worth by having the partner. Oh, I clicked play on a video and then wondered where the sound came from. Dude, my hardware is way more expensive to run. Depending on your standard of living, but did you arrive too late? Kind of, Dark Link. I've been streaming for over 4 hours. Also, yeah, just wherever there's a code, just type Rafi. Just put it anywhere. In fact, just type it in chat. Let's just make that the raid message. But no, seriously. Yeah, dude, AI doesn't have to deal with any of that stuff. Doesn't have to deal with poop. You haven't had the chance to catch the stream? Where are you? Like, what time zone are you in? I'm curious. I'm curious for a couple reasons. I'm trying to think. Because if you're like 3 hours behind... I'm trying to think of what places really struggle to catch the stream. It'd be good to know. Greetings, Phantom. How are you doing? And Dolce, hello. How are you doing? Oh, geez. Should we do? Maybe we should. Okay, so maybe we should do it. It's 4:17 in France. Yeah, so I'm thinking in Europe, it's like, oh, that's for someone to just pop in at this time. It's like, you didn't just wake up at 4 a.m., did you? And then if you're all the way on the West Coast, it's only 7 p.m., so that's not crazy. It's like, I'm wondering, my thought was maybe like Australia or China or Korea or something would maybe struggle sometimes. If I play this Pavon. The thing is, now I almost I don't want to think too much about this interpretation. I don't want my head, I don't want my brain to get in the way. Korea's 11 a.m. Yeah, that's what I mean. So like and what, China's 10 a.m. Australia could be noon? Noon? So I'm thinking all the places like that, it's like maybe a person, I don't know, gets up late or is working or something when I'm streaming, so it can be difficult to catch. Oh, like for today, writing music on stream, it ended up not being specifically writing music on stream, but we talked about all sorts of stuff related to writing music on stream, which is partly why I feel like I don't plan things out a lot, because things always, you know, end up going all sorts of different places. I mean, I can try to highlight some different stuff. So like, I brought up the idea of form with the example of a song that my nephew wrote. Okay, he went, And so I was saying how with the use of form, what we can do, well, one, knowing what these notes are, we can add chords to it. That I didn't talk about. So that's like, we have this. Well, I mean, that's just spelling out a chord. So like, what could go along with this? What goes along with C, E, G? C, E, G. So it's almost that simple sometimes. And then you have what goes along with GBD. GBD. So that together goes. But then you have. And this one's a little trickier. It's where you can use your ear. Sometimes maybe more than your brain, because we can think about it and go like, well, that makes A feel like a strong note, because it is, but we could call that maybe an appoggiatura or something. Instead of but that's all kind of just going to be G major. And then is basically going to be C. So that together goes. And then the second part. And so I said you can go like. You can keep this pattern going. You can go. We started on our one chord and 5, 5, 1, 1, 5, 5, 5, 1. And you can go anywhere from here, but a common place to go is 4, 4, 1, 5, 4, 1, 5 of 5, 5. Ooh. Oh, I guess. Oh, I should have just gone with my gut. So everything I used from that, Leah, maybe they say that? Laya? Laya? You're a Laya. Sorry. Welcome in. Hello. Usually I talk about the, oh, it is Leah? Okay. My gut said Leah. So, I usually talk about these things in more detail when we do this, but for those who have been here before, this is another example. This is actually really close to just the things I've talked about before, where like you have a certain set of chords. And you're kind of just picking between those three notes. This was to have it fit this classical style. I mean, like from the classical era. It was mainly using triad, so it was mainly using chords that only have three notes. Do I sing? I do, just not at the moment. And so like that was the majority of it, and the majority of it fit, for the most part, fit this. It fit this little, chord map thing that I always share. It fit this thing when we were in a major key. And it fit this thing when we were in a minor key. And it was essentially these chords, these numbers, like it was kind of that simple. Simple isn't the best, because simple implies that it's like easy. The Peaches song. Let me channel my inner AI Jesus. While I appreciate your request and your enthusiasm for a song that has become popular due to the relatively recent release of the incredibly popular Super Mario Bros. Movie, AI Jesus, lead me. What would AI Jesus do? WWAIJD D. Wait, I said D twice. I am not here. It is not my strength in terms of singing meme type songs. This is not a reflection of your taste in music or what you like from streamers, but simply our differences as people and our each of us having strengths and weaknesses. Lord AI Jesus, help me. Right. So, yeah, but so being held at gunpoint. No, I'm not being held at gunpoint. I'm just trying to channel my inner AI Jesus. Just trying to channel my inner AI Jesus. Love, kindness, and compassion. We need to have it for all, despite what their musical preferences are. Dude. Okay. Is this Piano Hero? No. This is AI Jesus. Okay, I'm obsessed with AI Jesus. After the turn, I think they will. I think we should all be led by AI Jesus. Dude, based on these responses, there's this overlay. So this is something called Keysight. You know, in terms of improvisation and interpretation and the idea of not letting your mind get in the way, they actually follow the sustained. No, it doesn't follow the sustained. Unfortunately. Oh, unfortunately. I think the thinking behind it, based on what I see in the options menu, is that would make things go crazy. But like, would it really? I mean, if I do this, I'm not gonna be really sustaining more notes than this. Like, oh, can you just so? But no, that's not how it. Unfortunately, it's not how it does it. Are you French by any chance? I think someone on Bumble unmatched me because I asked if they were French. They put spaces between the last words of their sentences and their punctuation. And I was like, by any chance are you French? And they unmatched me. And I was like, what the fucking dude. Like, dude, I was trying to connect. Yeah, okay. She probably wasn't. It was just dumb. Not dumb, but like judgmental and maybe had like a lot of assumptions, like the fine kind of what kind of. That's probably what she was saying. Oh, that's not very AI Jesus of you. You know what? I don't care. AI Jesus is dumb as hell. All right. You can't find anyone that could sing the song. You can't find anyone that would sing the song. Sorry. Oh my god. I'll never be AI Jesus. I'm the dude. I am much closer to the AI devil. Oh my god, I'd be a much better devil. Oh no, guys. I'm just the AI devil. Your request is dumb. Everything about you is dumb. No, sorry. I'm just kidding. This is a joke. It was just a joke. It was just an AI Jesus joke. It was just an AI Jesus joke. Look, it was just a prank. Look, there's a camera here, there's a camera there. Look, it's a social experiment. Look. It's just if there's an AI Jesus, I should be the AI devil.
Jesus, will I see my dog in heaven when I die?
Okay, all right. I forgot what I was saying. But yeah, so that was sort of a summary of some of the things we were doing. I just got caught off guard because I forgot that the sound was in mono. Like visually, the bar looked weird with the two bars being even. Ugh. Okay. Who should we raid? And I'm not going to raid AI Jesus. I like raiding actual people. Maybe I should do a sub goal for extra streams. Like a sub goal for an extra stream every week. Or let's say max one a week. One extra stream a week. To do something really specific too. I feel like that'd be nice for a couple different reasons. I feel like it would take some financial pressure off me too, to be like, it's like, well, we already got the money part of it taken care of, so you can be a little more free. A concert, like a formally set up, like in public, or like me sitting here and like playing through. I feel like I kind of do a concert all the time anyway, but maybe it could be really formal. I could wear a tuxedo that I don't have. And I could mouth the words thank you while you guys clap and while I tune. Make a program and dress up. I mean, I could. I feel like I give a concert all the time, but I mean, if it's something people want. Let's see who's live on Twitch. Besides AI Jesus. Oh, I'm assuming a music related stream. Like if some, cause here's why I thought of it. No, not a cosplay concert, unless it's a Schnaf cosplay. What was I gonna say? I'm so distracted by everything. A bait. Oh, I mean, oh God, I don't know how to do, like, I'll do a cosplay on October 31st. No, I mean, maybe I didn't even think about that. God, when I think cosplay, I instantly think either like anime. I was just thinking like some really tight leather thing with like a huge sword. Like that was my, that's just what popped in my head. I was like, what? No, I'm not gonna do, what does that have to do with anything? Alright, that's alright. I apologize to anyone who's Japanese who's watching. My sincerest apologies. But I mean, I could maybe play with a fishbone guitar, like in Majora's Mask. Those whispers are really creepy in this song. All right, back to scrolling. To raid someone. Oh, I hate picking raid targets. I hate picking raid targets. I'm just gonna keep squishing my nose. No, I'm scrolling. Okay, I just got to the end. There are a couple collaborations. Maybe we can raid someone who's doing a collab. Where were they again? Why can't I see it? Wait, what happened? Did it disappear? Wait, what? One second. Did they really end in that amount of time? Okay, whatever. I'm gonna raid someone who I respect as a musician. That person is Ryan Slotko. He's a jazz pianist. And he's wearing a white suit jacket. So Oh, I never played the ending song. I always get confused when I'm not like playing music for a while. If I play it, everyone has to spam hearts or else I'll be sad. Which would make AI Jesus sad. You don't want to do that. Hello, Mike. And what's up, Lemur? Thank you, everyone, for the hearts. So just a quick little sort of update to, I may stream on Saturday. I may do an IRL stream. What? Why would you do that? What's happening? There's another guitar festival going on right now. The Boston Guitar Fest. It was a big part of my guitar education and development as a musician. And it's going on, well, it started yesterday and is going through Sunday, but I'm gonna go Saturday. And you know who else is going Saturday? Guitar Shredder. I haven't seen him in person since before we started streaming, because I actually knew him before anything to do with Twitch. So maybe him and I can wander around some places and show. It's not at the New England Conservatory this year, unfortunately, so it's kind of like not as cool in that sense, like just sort of walking around that area, because that's the place that's sort of more nostalgic for me. But a bunch of people will be there, so I don't know. So I'm who knows? My priority is certainly not going to be streaming. It's going to be to see people, but yeah, but maybe it could be a thing. It could be a thing. But I'll let you all know I'll let you know on Saturday. I'll just have to do something. I'll put something in Discord and on Twitter. Because, again, I'm not going to know until, like, the actual moment. I'll talk with people, whatever, and be like, you got... Should we just stream right now? Should we just stream right now? Like, yeah. That'll have to be how it goes. Did I spell it right? Okay. Yeah, copy those raid calls. Thank you, Fair. Ryan is he is quite the musician. So he's a jazz keyboard player by training, and that's what he'll be doing too. He's video game music and oh so much more, his title says. Again, if you wanna, I'm gonna try to push this. God, I'm gonna push this more than my own stuff. Check that out. It is like a serious lineup. I mean, you can look into it yourself. Oh, also Sandra, you resubbed, didn't you? And I missed it. Like, am I crazy? Or maybe you didn't. Wait, did you? You did. 15 minutes ago. Saying you forgot I was on today. Well, I forgot the resub. Thank you for the 19-month resub. I've been so distracted. But thank you, Sandra, for the resub, and thank you for hanging out and expressing your sort of appreciation or how the stream resonated with you last stream. So thank you. I'll be back on Friday. I hope to see you then. If not, maybe Saturday. If not, maybe Sunday. If not, maybe Monday. We'll see what happens. Thank you everyone for being here. Take care.